Nagmo-mic test pa ako. Hello, mic test. Hello. Hello, hello. Sa
Haru.
game.
Nyem? Nyem. Wala, ilang premier match mo na ngayon?
Ha?
Ilang wins ka na sa premier?
Never ko na umpisan.
Ah, okay.
Wala akong kasama eh.
Ako, nagsolo rin lang ako. Kaya ganyan yung rating ko. Baba. Solo ako doy. Puta, inang bigat ng mga kasama. Pero dito talaga halos sa ilang laro ko wala pa naman akong nakalarong cheater. Okay. Good edge. Audio.
Pero madami cheater daw dito sa Premier.
Sa high rank.
O sa high rank. Meron din naman siguro sa low rank. Mga nagtatago lang.
Pwede siguro.
You can start progress on earning new rewards in 2 days. Kuha ko na kasi yung case ko last week eh.
Ako di ko pa nakukuha sa akin. Ano ba yung hindi napapakita yung picture ng kasama? Yung walang picture sa
Sa settings mo yun.
saan doon?
Wait lang, hanapin ko. Team.
Ah,
Colors and letters.
colors and letters saan?
Show player colors in competitive. Yun ba yung gusto mo?
Hindi, yung wala yung picture nila ngayon sa taas. Okay na, wag na.
Mamaya.
Banning mo na.
Iban mo agad yung ano.
Ban ko Nuke, Ancient, tapos Vertigo.
Iban mo si Aren.
Ayun, binan si Aren. Ayun lang, di na-accept ng isa.
Ako yun eh.
Ayun lang. Bakit naman?
Dinecline ko.
Yun siguro yung use player. Ano yun? Use player colors in ID. Yun siguro. Ewan ko.
Ban!
Nabandas to. Wala
Ancient,
akong alam.
Ancient. Ban mo Ancient. Picture mo na Ancient.
Hindi ko alam
Ayun.
saan.
Doon lang sa picture ng map mismo.
Ay, pwede din ako mag-vote?
Lahat. 5 tayo.
Di ko alam. First time ko. First time ko po.
So, iba nyo na Ancient kay Anubis, oh. Sige na, oh. Yun, nice.
Wag Mirage. Inferno tayo. City ba muna tayo?
Sana. Hindi, kalaban lang pwede mag-boot pa ganyan, pre.
So,
T-side tayo.
saksakan da ba din sa una dito?
Hindi. Barilan na agad.
May warm up.
Wala. Depende kung nag-connect lahat agad.
Let's kill them all! Ano play natin dito?
Rush B agad. I'll lead the way. Rush B.
Okay, I'm feeling a bit good about this one.
Laro pa si Garo.
Fire in
Ito.
the hole.
Nice.
Flashbang.
Oy! Nahulog
Asan?
ba? Likod, dalawa sa ano, banana.
Gago.
Ilan damage mga tropa natin? Uy, naka-apat ako.
Nice.
4 damage, pre. Are you gonna win? Tingnan mo, may John Wick pa tayo. Tayo nila mag-save.
Deploying smoke shield.
May baril na sila.
Ay, shit! Nakayampura. Dalawa yan dyan.
Ay!
Throwing flashbang.
Nice. 1B.
Eh, tumaas pala siya.
First mid. Umalis na kayo, umalis na.
Okay, I'm setting it down here.
Nay, kaya ako makapasok. Nag-save sila?
Ata. Natunod. Nice.
So close.
Nice.
Kanina.
You think you can kill us?
Oh, ba't binigyan niya akong PP?
Akin na PP. Akin na. Garas ako.
Grenade out. Molotov out. Fog. I'm going to plant this thing.
Nice.
Ano yung baril nito? We will win!
Yes, sir!
Throwing a Molotov.
Crossing over.
Ang ina, na-headshot naman ako. Coffin isa. Masyado mataas? Or tama lang?
Tama lang.
I'm planted.
Bantay sa short.
Sila lang.
Sa short ka na lang. Ayan, nasa long. Nice!
I fear no man.
Ano baril niya? M4A4.
Ay, oh. Golden. Ay, gago, lumabot.
Ay, may offer na tayo. May Gangnam style na tayo.
Diba? Baka pag Gangnam style yan.
Molotov out. Throwing smoke.
Likod isa. Likod isa. Low. Very low.
Flashbang out.
Nice.
Man, bloody testing.
Na-flash ko pa sarili ko.
Ano ko, naka-AK lang ako nung pre. Patay yun. Naka-AK na ako ngayon.
Patay na yon, sigurado.
Patay na lahat yan.
You spruced up knuckleheads ready to do this or what?
Ito.
Laying down some fire. Grenade out.
Gago. Bakit sila yan?
Nasa car agad.
Back.
Ha?
Ako mag-op.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm throwing fire. I'm throwing a grenade.
Rotate kayo, pre. Rotate.
Isa lang nakita mo?
Isa pa lang. Isa pa lang. May isa pa. Box. Sakar. Lebar yata.
Kalaban pala natin si Arin. Siya si Sonic. Putang ina, na headshot ako.
Grago.
AK, ayaw niya. Bumalik yung buka.
Ah.
Nanalo sila sa eco nila.
Pabili nga ako pre SSG. Bullet lang ako. Bullet. Ay. Tawag na.
Bumili ako up eh.
Sige.
Wala nang pera. I'm poor.
May skills.
Meron pa dyan sa banana.
Grenade! Throw in a flashbang!
Go back. 1v1A.
Go A! Go A!
Planted.
Hindi pa tayo nagpa-plant ni Min. Wala. Ay, meron pala yung una.
Meron.
Ah.
Together we can do this. Throw in a flashbang!
Ni?
I'm throwing a grenade!
Gago ka. Wait. Meron sa mid ah.
Ako yun.
I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Throwing bomb.
Long.
Oo.
Tingin ka na lang sa short. Tingin ako long.
Sige.
Terrorists win. You think you can kill us? This is easy. We kill them, and then we go home.
Rush sila! Rush!
Meron sila, yun, last guy ups. Last guy ups.
Plant B.
Throwing bomb. I'm planted. Bomb has been planted.
Low yun. Nice.
Win to beauty.
John Wick.
Let's go, my brother. I'm throwing a flashbang. Fire in the hole.
Nag-rush siya.
Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade out.
Nandito. Nice.
We cannot be killed.
GG. GG easy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you're strong. John Strong.
We can do this.
Ganon boses no.
2v1 mid.
Let's go, fellas. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Grenade out. Throwing fire.
Punta na sa iya.
Incendiary out.
Papunta ng city. Nasa iya na. City 1. Sabi ko city. Kulit. Library. Possible pit pre.
Defusing the bomb.
Protect me.
Nice. Leather.
Ikaw lang, Pinoy. John Strong. Makto. Gago to eh.
Jollibee sinigang geng.
Go, go, go. Fire in the hole. Incendiary out. Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Nag-use sila ng dalawang flash na.
Tangina na headshot ko yun pero shotgun ako. Tangina sigaw to. Tatlo na sa berana. Tangina naman. Mga calls nila. Pataas yung bala niya.
Oo.
Oh my god, these guys, bro.
Let's move out. Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Ay, bomba nandun.
Dito lahat sa apps. Apps, everyone. Hey.
Bomb has been planted.
Tangina, dying ako.
Pit.
Puta, di ko na-save yung AK! Try ko nga mag-build eh.
Let's go. Incendiary. Grenade out.
Tangina, naka-AWP.
Nice kill. One hole. Hey.
Dalawa. Sugod na sila ah. Ang tagal naman ng kasama mo. Oh, kinana nila. Namatay tuloy.
Watch cross, okay? Hold the side. No need to pick, no need to. Fuck. Nice. Get over.
AVP. Di niya alam sa ano, kid na.
No worries, man.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Ay!
Injury.
Sorry, Jess.
Grenade out.
Tang ina, nasa baba siya. Nasa Mexico. Hawak mo ups, no?
Oo.
Nakatingin ako short. Nagsugod sila. Tara, sugod natin tayo.
Ito lang.
Ang balin mo. Pustol lang.
Jollibee.
Bida ang saya.
Bida-bida ka.
Nabe na
Let's get our heads in the game.
You're being carried by a 2K MMR? Oh my fucking god.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade.
Ups ah. Ups Carlo.
Injury out. Throwing smoke. Grenade
Beep,
out.
beep, beep. Jollibee.
Okay, hold B. I'm coming. Go inside church, bro, if you can. One church, Carlo.
One beside you. Six up.
Ni, nasa likod ko naman na.
There's one beside you.
Sorry, bro.
Can you buy me balut?
Balut.
Yes, balut, please.
Baby fetus, you don't want?
No, I want balut, Tito.
Oh, buy me gun. Come on.
What do you want?
Oh, no, fucking gather.
Fire in the hole. Incendiary.
Oh, thank you. You want up?
They're coming B. They're coming A.
Go A, go A.
Flashbang. Laying down smoke.
They're in.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Oh, what the fuck?
Terrorists win.
Rush sila. Iya!
Wala
Wala.
Anyone need drop? I can drop. Anyone wants a drop?
Yes, please.
What do you want?
Scout.
You don't want up?
No money.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Doing.
Let's go. B flash. They're in B. Footsteps.
Alright.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
I'm flanking.
I'm pushing in from church.
Laying down smoke.
What the fuck?
Hirap naman ah.
Eco maybe, my friends. We broke, man.
Yeah.
No money for Jollibee, man.
Yeah, no money for Jollibee, no money, no honey.
Yes.
Oh, binilhan ako.
Remember, this is fun.
Just hold, okay? No need to push, bro. We're city.
Okay.
Throwing a grenade. Incendiary.
Up, salat.
Rotate, go.
Mag-isa ko na nag-hold ng B. Ay, ng A.
Ang ina headshot agad.
Pit.
Rush. Tubian. Nice, man. Push.
Hindi na, huy. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Blyat, suka.
Suka bliat. Sorry, my friend. I tried. But Jollibee is strong enough.
Tayo ng boses niya. Boses ni JS noon.
Anyone want up? I can drop.
Let's still go to 2-1-2. One hold the mid press.
Okay, watch it.
Incendiary out.
Rush B.
Go B.
Laying down smoke.
I bet. Yeah, coming.
Grenade. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
Nag-A na mga yun. Oy,
One city.
Oh, nice. 2 city down.
Last year unknown.
Might be banana.
City. Hey.
For Jollibee! For Jollibee!
For Jollibee, bro.
Yes!
pero bakit niya alam yung Bliatsuka? Niya alam mag-Russian.
John. Hindi ko alam dyan, Ay, pwede
Oh.
basta premier.
Nadadagdagan? Yes, oh.
Oo. Basta premier parehas.
Pero competitive, nadadagdagan kaya?
Try natin.
Ah, sige. My first win! Stream! This is my first premier win in CS2. First ever. Jigsaw carry me.
Tag.
Look, we look at what we played. Look, Jigsaw carry me.
Dreams and nightmare, bro.
Yung nakuha mo? Tangina, more
Yeah.
than 100 na yan ngayon.
Bebenta ko na nga eh.
Magkano ngayon?
Let me see. Tas Famas Colony. Pangit.
Kunin mo pa rin, pang trade up yun.
Sell on community market. Let's see how much.
100 yan
Once to-
ngayon eh.
117.
117? Oh, yan. Benta mo. 120, sabihin mo. Meron at meron bibili yan. Naalala ko dati yung Dreams and Nightmare, 50 pesos lang. Grabe, tumaas ng tumaas.
Teka lang. I-confirm ko lang sa Steam app.
Tingnan lang, kasi more than 100 pesos yan eh. Kailangan i-confirm.
Ihilang ako, Day.
Sige lang. Ako nga din pala.
Bliat.
Yatsuka! Nahuy!
Uy, competitive. Das lang?
Oo. Yun lang alam kong map eh.
Okay.
Doon lang ako talaga magaling.
Ayun lang. Bakit?
Diatsuka.
Nabuhat sila ng 2K MMR kanina. Dota si Kaijo ah.
Ha?
Dudota.
Hindi, naka-AFK
Nagadro.
lang siya.
Hmm.
Nagluluto siguro, ewan ko.
Let's roll.
Okay, is it gonna be Umay or Husay in this game?
We will make them regret this day.
Okay, katulad ng comms, competitive lang naman to. Tayo lang dalawa mag-comsan.
Oo. Tayo na ng dalawa magplano. I-smoke ko yung short.
Sige, Doy.
Look, it's simple. All we gotta do is go in
Bisaya ka
there,
na.
plant the
Yes.
bomb.
Oo. Ako pinakamala sa Bisaya, pre, makilala mo.
From Igorot to Bisaya na.
Oo, Doy.
Hybrid.
Ako pa pinakamala sa Bisaya ang kilala mo, pre. Ayun lang, namatay ako. Nice trade.
Nag-Kobe ako.
Uy, grabe naman click ng kuya mo, sir.
Yan yung gusto kong ano. Ang mahal-mahal kasi niyan, 1K? Puta, wag na.
Yung ano na yan?
Oo, yung MVP song na yun.
Don?
Let's
Kapit tayo,
go.
Don. Kapit tayo. Patay mo nga. Sige, hiwan mo.
Deploying smoke shield.
Oops. Walang kasama.
Flashbang.
Ay.
Puta.
Masang pusit. Masang pusit, Don.
Yung kape?
Hindi.
Yung alin?
Anong tawag dyan? Latchaw.
Hmm?
一过一，杀敌有一个。
Uy, may knife siya.
You guys know how to spin?
Ano yung spin?
Fuck you, mother po. Fuck you, mother.
Guys, if you spin, you will win.
Time to move, knuckleheads. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang out.
Your mother po, your mother po, your mother po.
Why?
Oy! Puta. Kinuha ko lang
Si-
yung pera.
Okay, I will show them how to do business here in Dust. It's time.
Move. Come on, hurry up.
Ang business.
How to be good in Dust.
Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Tunnel, tunnel.
Nasmoke ko yung long.
Tunnel, tunnel.
May close siguro. 1, 2, 3 push. 1, 2, 3 push. Hold ng pit, hold ng pit, hold ng pit.
Sige, nakatingin ako.
T-base.
Bet.
Ay!
Ay, shit! Fucking yeah, man. Kasasi. Shit, ganda ng swing ko. Pero natakot ako sa kanya. Patay sana yun.
Galing din nila!
Tuka!
Mag-rush lang ako.
Mag-hold ako na ano eh. Mid eh.
Hindi lang. Rush lang pa rin ako.
Move it, move it.
冇打手的。
Flashbang out.
Fuck! Lamang talaga EWP. Fucking hit. Kat matamaan ko.
切压，中路切压了。
Nice kill par. Short. Long.
Hello。
Nice.
Good job.
Uy, sakto yung spawn ko ah.
I give flash.
Ah, okay.
Okay, I'm feeling a bit good about this one. Throwing the flashbang. I'm throwing the flashbang.
One more.
OK。下坑了。
Right side.
They shoot one.
Batay mo.
Nasa likod lang kita. Pero wala
Ano
akong nakatingin sa long eh. Ay, likod!
Hello.
Nice.
Sa
Last
baba.
dyan. Gago, di ko pa rin baba.
I see them.
Straight. Go B.
Sabi niya.
Straight person.
Sorry, sabi niya.
Ba't sorry?
Laying down some fire.
B1.
Bet. I'm holding short. Go B. Oh, hold on short ah.
Double. No one. Mid away. One. Good job.
Double doors.
Oy! Paano ako nabatay doon? Pre.
Nice.
Good job.
Nice.
Here, you're up here.
Thank you.
I can get flash.
Bet.
Let us go.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
I'm coming.
Tight.
Fog.
Kat, mali yung molo ko.
Okay, prepare.
Oy!
Another fair. Good job.
One more side.
Okay.
Nice trade.
Ay!
Ninja, nice.
I can get flash.
Yeah, bet.
Buti nag-English tong mga Chinese na to.
Oo nga eh. Yung sa taga siya tayo sa Australian.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Tang ina.
There's a lot man. Don't push. One mid, three lang eh.
One double door. Oy!
No, say!
Uy, marunong mag-smoke ah.
Nice try, man.
Can you buy green for team?
This is easy. We kill them and then we go home. Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Fog issues. I should have walked. Fuck.
Oh, fuck!
Puta!
Lakuran. Parang root beer.
Let's go, my brothers.
3D. 3D, 3D.
B5 啊 B5。
Deploying decoy.
They're going.
Double B double B。One。Oh shit! Hey, shoot one. Hey, play one.
Puta!
Side way one. The middle way one.
Tangina, kanina pa yan ah.
Ay, wala to, pre.
Hindi naman siya new account.
Di nga, pero naka-undetect yan, pre.
Ah, mga minor na cheats lang.
PSP lang. Tapos trigger bot lang yun. Trigger bot tapos
相信我。
OK，三个老外，我看着老外。
什么情况？对面？
对面还行吧，有一个第一挺牛逼的，其他还挺唐的。咱家前三个是老外。
Grenade out.
lang eh.
回绿色绿色回 A 大。
Nay, mag-isa na lang si tropa.
So, magta-30 frags na yung cheater nila, pre.
Tignan mo yung
Saan-
ano, walang frag pala tong kasama natin isa.
Tama. Sabi ko kasi mag-spin na rin siya. If you spin, we will win, man. Why don't you want us? Don't wanna spin? Why? You should spin, so we win.
For Queen's country, man.
Fog midway, maybe A shoots.
Fire in the hole.
Short.
No one B.
Short.
OK OK。 midway one。
我靠！
杀鸡出了一个啊！
Tang ina.
Eh, pa tumata.
I'm waiting here.
The power of friendship, we can win.
Naku po.
Go, go, go.
Yan sabi ni Tense.
Throwing flashbang.
Shit, ang ganda ng smoke.
Throwing smoke.
A shoot have another。
掉包掉包 A 大掉包 A 大掉
好
包。
好的 OK OK OK。哇 ！A 小一个 A 小一个 A 小最后一个。
咱们加 A 大加这个就行。
A short yung last ah. Yes.
Ano
Ay, yung
bomba
bomba
sa amin?
nandyan pala. Sige. Tama lang pala ginagawa nyo.
Smoke.
Malayo ata. Check mo nga. Ay, wag mo na check. Mamamatay ka.
Yun
Baka
yung cheater.
cheater.
Hindi, yun yung cheater pre. Yung natira.
Susugod na, susugod na. Nice.
过的过的，
Wag yan.
谁要枪？
都有都有。
Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire.
B
I don't have no one. B B B B B B B。
进了，两个大团，两个大团，好像
Middle way no one. I'm coming.
Car.
Back back.
Di pa na-plant pala. Nice.
Drop me M4. Oh, okay.
Watch out. These boys have got an arsenal.
I will give you flash.
Deploying flashbang. Incendiary.
Nan.
3 mid.
Middle way. Good job.
Deploying flashbang.
Ay, na-flash ako.
Smoke.
Top mid. B1. Here. Good job. A long
Sabi
one.
ko na eh.
A long.
One short.
One longers. Nice.
Ay, kasama pala yung short.
Short last. Ah,
Okay.
Hindi, mid last. Kasama
Nice.
pala yung short eh. Nagulat ako, naglalakad.
要 AK 吗？
你打呗，
打的不太好。
没事玩。
Go. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke.
Coming short.
Hey, shoot. Bomb, hey, shoot.
Yeah, I know.
Good job.
Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out. Grenade.
还在一小。
Good job.
Deploying flashbang.
Pangina, nagulat ako dun.
Good job.
Yeah, sir. No one suicide.
Grenade out.
Hello flash.
Throwing fire.
中路
A 小上 A 小上 A shoot A shoot A shoot.
Two short.
Throwing fire.
Come back.
Malalat.
Three.
Laying down smoke.
All short.
Oh, my fault.
AWP.
AWP.
Nice. One more AWP, man.
Oh, ba't siya sumusugod? My God.
Take B.
Ah. Ganda ng knife niya.
Watch cross.
Ito marunong, JS. Marunong
Oo nga, marunong na to. Kaya nga bubi ako ng comms ng cross eh, ganun.
Oo, para alam niya.
Hmm.
Marunong
Nice
siya
one,
mag-smoke kanina.
Nice try.
Alam niya yung mga line-up.
No. I'll give you AWP. No.
Okay.
I go shoot.
Go short, okay. I go long.
Pota?
Oh, fuck.
Laying down smoke. Smoke.
They flash long, a lot. 4 times.
狙有狙 AWP，
Shoot. Maybe shoot.
Short.
Long AWP.
One short.
Deploying flashbang.
Shoot it two. Long one.
Grenade out.
Nice try, man.
Ina, we can't lose here. No.
Fuck.
绿色发把枪给他了，绿色。你记得起脚啊！把两把都给他们。
Flash me.
No flash.
Throwing fire.
Low. Nice.
B no one.
Good trade. Nice, hey.
Top mid.
One mid.
Mid AWP. I go shoot.
Throwing smoke.
Maybe go B. No one midway.
Yeah, do.
Yeah. One. Oh my god. I see one.
Nice one, man.
Okay.
Last tunnel.
Car.
Car.
White car. Yeah.
Nice.
good。
Anong magandang sa Chinese?
Tiny Mabi.
Jaiho. Ano na? Newbie.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Yeah, give me M4.
Thanks, man.
Yan. Flashan kita dyan.
Yeah.
Upper mid.
Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Iwan mo na ako tayo.
Ha?
Iwan mo na ako dito.
Shoot one.
Grenade.
Patay yung short.
Shoot.
Near mid and short.
Grenade out.
大残。 爆肥爆肥。
B1 B1
B
B1
B B。
Good job. Another B B B. Last one B.
Nice!
AK yeah. AWP QB.
Thank you.
给我要 A1 吗？我给你发 A1，你可以把眼都退了。
不用。
OK。
Let's go. Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade.
B. Come on. B.
睇。
Fuck.
Flashback in that area. Flashback. Bomb has been planted. Throwing flashback.
B。
B 通有。No. Left. Yes.
Nice!
Defusing.
Good job.
Putang ina, di ko naintindihan nangyari doon.
Counter-terrorists win. All right.
Yeah, bro.
I can flash.
Okay.
Move it. Deploying flashback. Throwing fire. Incendiary. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Grenade. Laying down smoke.
Shoot.
Grenade out.
Oh fuck.
Short, another.
Fuck. Long shoot. A 小多，上 A 包了 A 平台。
Nice try.
Sorry.
Yes, man.
We lost. Oh, nadadagdagan pa rin.
Nakakagdagan basta premier ata lahat, pre.
Pag wala kang kasamang premiere, sad life.
Oo. Kasi kung may kasama tayo hindi premier, hindi tayo nadadagdagan.
Oo nga, sad life.
Sad life, oo.
Laro pa ba?
GG's muna, pre.
Nice games, JS.
Nice games, man. One win, one lose. That's all that matter.
Hindi. The matters is,
The matter is the matter of what?
premiere na manalo.
Okay lang yung kompe. Kahit hindi seryoso.
Magano na ako ganun. POE.
I bet, bro. Wala yung mga sundalo ah. Hindi pala, magla-raid pala.
Shit, hindi pala na yung YOLO mouse ko.
Ano yung mouse?
Yung nag-iiba yung mouse in-game. Ginagamit ko sa last epoch dati.
Bakit?
Nawawala mouse ko lagi.
Yeah.
Pag nagma-map, di ba? Monoliths.
Ah.
Nawawala mouse ko. Kaya kinuha ko yun. Tapos ginagamit ko na din dito sa POE.
Nice. Mag-aras mo na, pre. GG's, man.
Sige lang, sige lang. Hmm. 15.
Hmm.
Lightning!
What can I do for you? On with the work.
Dreamer. Strike!
Yes. I'll be here. Waiting. I'll be here. On with the work. What can I do for you? On with the work. Yes? Time is not on our side.
Yo, 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 good evening. Hmm.
chasing your own tail. Freezing strike! Remember me!
My king nears.
Fate is on my side.
On with the work. Hello. On with the work. possessions, and I don't have room for that. Mighty fall! I must maintain a fine balance. Yes. Good eating.
Hi fans,
Report.
it's a me and the me and the you. Kita mo yun? Ang dami kong na-fishing.
Report.
Benta muna ako. SAW, SDW. Kurowi. Alam mo yung Kurowi?
Alam mo? Hindi mo alam.
Alam mo ba yun, Nobita?
Hindi mo alam.
Tangin na mo, Nobita.
Alam mo, hindi mo alam.
Nakastream ka?
Oh,
Bakit?
pangit ka din. Ano?
Dapat, pinakilala mo ko nung nag-enter ako. Uy, 30M. Napakababa. Ang lungkot. Si Sheila. Iwan kita dito mamaya. Kausapin ko siya. Pagagalitan ko. No. Sabihin ko, bawal. Ay, sorry. One, two, three. Battle. Uy, mag-video na tayo. Battle. Uy, ang dami pala. Calculator. Kung malalaro mo,
Secret.
259 plus 106 plus 20 divided by 5. 75 times, what's na yun? 15 divided by 111 keys. Kano yun? Golden key. Golden key. Gold key siguro. Gold key. 19. 11 times 19.8. 200M lang. Mura naman. Ay, nako. Uy, pero totoo, wala kang condenser. Di ba bumili ka ng mic mo?
Hindi ako bumili.
Hindi ka bumili ng mic?
Hindi.
Hindi ka natuloy, hindi ka talaga nagbalak bumili.
Wala pera.
Magtatanong sana ako. Gagawa na din ako ng channel ko eh. SAR Notes yung title. Okay lang. Susupport mo.
Ah,
Notes yung title. Support mo?
pass.
Ba't hindi? Notes nga eh. Oh my God! God! You... Ay, bawal kumanta. Can make the world seem bright. Only you alone. Anong advantage ng mechanical keyboard sa hindi? Sagot.
Ano?
Anong advantage ng mechanical keyboard sa hindi? Mechanical keyboard.
Mas maganda mechanical.
Advantages. Durability. Customization. Ergonomics. Galing ng AI. Wait lang.
Belong. Putang ina. Punong-puno.
What can I do for you? Until next time.
Shit.
Frost Crush. Slow down. Burn, burn, burn.
Oh, fuck.
Deep breath. Burn, burn, burn. Frozen lash. Die, die, die. Fate is on my side.
What? Okay.
I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that.
What can I do for you? Until next time, speak. Speak. Hello. I'll be here, waiting.
I'm full.
It's a me, I'm
Pass.
back.
Is the legendary
Pass.
Ay, bibigyan sana kita ng 10 million.
Hindi,
Pass pala.
ayoko. Pass pa rin.
I am 10 million.
Ayoko. Pass. Pass.
10 million subscribers.
Pass.
Are you interested in art?
No.
Me too.
Are you interested in art? Oh shit!
Oh
Shit!
shit! Oh shit!
Stupid boss!
Ah, gusto mo ng sting? Mag-sting ka muna. Here, fishy fishy. Arlo, scan mo na.
Yes.
Ilang gig yung RAM mo pala?
64.
Dalawa
What
lang.
can I do for you?
Oh, dalawang 32.
2 pieces.
Equals.
Two pieces.
Until next time. Good evening.
Mag-research muna ako. Dual channel. RAM versus quad channel.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Alam ko din kasi dual channel yung mas maganda eh.
Hindi.
Wait lang. Nasama ako, alis ako. Bye-bye.
Ano?
Aalis muna ako, magsusundo kami.
Yun lang.
Okay.
Reported ka pa rin.
Isa dyan.
Bilis naman.
Wala daw kasama si Shayan. Hindi ako pinasama. Uy, invite mo daw si Jeff. Kaya si Sheila, wala pa din siya. My God, I hate drugs. Uy, may update yung ano. Path of Exile 2.
Hindi yun 3.
You are cordially invited. Pag mag 16, 16 ako. 16, 16, 16, 16. Maganda ba yun?
Yung.
16, 16, 16, 16, 16.
Ano yun?
Na RAM.
Ilang 16?
Upat. Huli ka na. Tatlo tayo. Ginising-gising mo si Jeff eh.
Sorry na po.
Report ka namin eh.
Wag po. Please.
Wag po kuya. Utang ina, hindi ko naiintindihan tong mga to.
Mm. Ayun oh.
Accept. Uy, voice commanded yun. Lapit. Oh my god.
Oh man, Rick, there's only 10 seconds left to pick a hero.
Ba't nasa
5 seconds left
balloons
now.
ka? Uy, ako ang magpapudge.
Your turn to
Diin
pick,
mo.
bro.
No.
Pudgy, pudgy.
No.
Wow. Wow.
You really got to pick a hero. You got 10 seconds left. You better pick your hero. 5 seconds.
Uy, carry. Ay? Wala na.
Carry, Aaron, carry.
Ayoko na.
Support kita, dali.
Carry Dawn Breaker.
10 seconds to pick your hero. You
No.
5 seconds.
Ay,
Morty.
hindi ikaw yung
It'll be fine.
Magnus. Report kita. Gusto kong mag-Ricky naman pero
O bakit hindi?
Mag-Ricky ka. Ricky
Hindi
carry.
carry yun.
Philacrity.
Alacrity tapos yung silence.
Hindi. Yung diffusal pa rin. Diffusal Philacrity.
Tas hindi na ako magsa-silence.
May smoke ka naman.
Wala, vape lang. Okay lang.
Depende kung anong brand ng smoke mo.
Vape lang meron.
Marlboro Lights.
Sabi ni Jace, bebenta siya ng vape. Nasaan na yun?
Siya ba nagbebenta o may ano siya?
Tayo na lang natin si JS.
Di ba kasama nyo kanina sa Discord, Carlo?
Bakit ba? Ano?
Ano?
Ba't ka galit?
Wala pala eh.
Ano?
Wala.
SpongeBob.
Oh,
Ano ka? Trick. Ano?
Ayaw
Squid.
mo lang.
Ano?
Ayaw mo.
Ano?
This one is in
Salita! Aren!
Ano?
Gusto mo ng pop?
Ano?
Ha?
Ano? Hotdog.
rampant.
Oo. Isang pop nga dyan. Ano? Gusto mo bang?
Uy,
Uy, may dragon.
Pop?
nung
Kita ko
dragon.
yun.
I love
Si
Dora so
Chevron.
much.
Go.
Ay, binasa ko ulit yung ano eh.
Striker run.
Wala akong ginawa. Solo leveling. Yung arc lang na yun. Season.
Link. Try
Tinapos mo na
ko.
yun.
Come now.
Ba't babasahin mo ulit?
Aren, ayaw mo
30
panoorin
seconds
yung
until the
ano,
game starts,
Sakamoto
man.
Days.
I'm getting my things ready, Morty.
Si ano yun? Coach Ansa yun eh.
Oo. Kaya nga, ayaw mo yun. Ikaw siya Ansay.
Isa pa lang yun eh, di ba?
Oo.
Rolling thunder.
Kinam Aren.
Coach Ansay.
Ginanyan nila ako kanina.
Here we
Faster.
go, Rick.
Naligaw
We're
siya.
about to go.
Hindi siya bumalik.
The war storm
Assess
is
mo na
upon
kayo.
us.
Mamaya.
Rampant.
Kompleto ko muna
Tagal.
yung penguin bago ako mag-lane.
Go.
I-second skill mo kasi para bumalik siya.
Come now.
Hindi na kita tutulungan na rin.
Lugi ako dito.
Rolling
Silence.
thunder.
Sanay naman ako.
Uy, mid yung ano?
That way.
May damage yung ganun niya? Wala
Oo.
naman,
Fleet
di
of
ba?
foot.
Ay, meron.
Method to my madness.
Aray ko. Mayroon pa yun?
Striker runs.
Kami. Uy, dalawa yung hat niya, oh.
Oh, dati isa lang.
Yes.
At
Gago.
ni.
Faster.
Inisip mo pa ba yan kaysa mag-farm? Gago ka.
Rampant.
Di mo naisip yun?
Advance. I'm under attack. Striker runs. Come now. Yes.
Aray ko, sakit naman.
Napakasakit.
Fleet of foot.
Masakit ko.
That way.
Masyakit.
Immediate result. Rolling thunder.
Di na ituloy.
Arin yung
Sige,
ginagawa mo.
mag-slow ulit.
Foul creature. Advance.
You
The
live
first
on the
hit
edge,
now.
Arin, ah?
Faster.
Uy! Thank you.
Rampant.
Fuck.
That way.
Lalalala. Lalalala.
Rolling thunder.
Hindi, patay na si Ogre.
Come now.
Kid!
Go.
Na-slow ako. Pre. Kasalanan mo, Arin.
Yes.
Pag iniwan ka, wag mo nang pinapabalik,
With
ha?
a cold craft.
Kung gagamitin yung skill mo.
Too slow.
Sino?
Striker
Ito si
runs.
Carlo, hilig nagpapabalik. Iniwan lang kasi.
The
Iiwan.
system adapts.
Yan yan, kidlatan mo, kidlatan mo.
Barrier up.
First blood.
Well played. Commanded. Ay! Iniwan ka na nga dyan.
Binalikan
My
ko.
weathercraft
mo pa?
increases.
Hindi pwede siya balikan.
Pinabalik mo eh.
Bakit hindi pwede balikan?
Striker runs.
Hindi mo siya binalikan. Pinabalik mo siya. Magkaiba yun.
Balikan ko,
Upland road I ride.
1 week in Thailand.
That way.
One week in Thailand.
Talan. Talan.
Come now.
Talan.
One week in Thailand.
Fleet of foot.
Uy, galit siya.
Go.
Ba't mo pinagalit?
Rampant.
Bloody grips.
Yes.
Sige, walang skill yan. Huwag kang matakot, Flavio.
Ay?
Rampant.
Ayan.
From upland druid I ride.
Nakakuha ko.
Yes.
Excellent.
Uy, Flavio.
Striker runs. From upland druid I ride. I'm under attack.
Boom.
That way. Advance.
Ay, di abot!
Reported.
Hindi pa na ano. Na-recharge or na-recharge. Narinig mo yun.
Ding, ding, ding. Motherfuckers.
Faster.
Ding, ding, dong.
Ding dong.
Come now.
Ingaling-aling ding dong.
Hindi na naman
Whoa! You just killed Radiant's courier!
Yan, yan.
Yes.
Ay!
Oh jeez, Radiant's courier just got killed!
Grabe.
I'm stupid.
Love. Labas ang music chair. Tutik ka. Love. Uy. Patay na ako,
Tama yan.
kaibigan.
With all my craft.
Punta ko dyan, punta ko dyan, punta ko dyan.
Stand aside.
Sige, patayin mo si M ah.
Fleet of foot.
Wala na eh, parang... Oo,
Storming
Okay.
in.
ito na lang, ito na lang.
Rolling thunder.
Ay, hindi ako nakapag-second.
Pinatay ka ng CM?
Hindi ako nakapag-third.
Pinatay ka ng CM?
Advance.
Sorry, I know it's...
You know it's...
Striker run.
It's what it's.
Come now.
It's...
Advance.
Mag-pull na ako. Gagawin ko na yung mission ko para mag-pull lang ngayon. Mission accomplished.
Fleet of foot.
Patay na ako, kaibigan.
See you soon.
End in. Stricken. Gilded death. That way.
Pull mo ulit, pull mo ulit.
Attack.
Uy. Walang ano dito. Nag-TP.
Ako? Lakarin! Hinahabol ka ng CM!
Ako dyan.
Ah!
Ay!
Serious! Top tower's under attack!
I can't run. And I can't hide.
Honor anymore amongst gaming people?
What can you do?
Rolling thunder.
Die.
The system adapts.
Tara dyan. Punta ko dyan. Oh, tayo na naman kayo.
Siya lang. Kabubuhay ko lang.
Ano gawa niyo eh?
Yeah.
Ang ulo.
And off my speed again.
Ay na yun. Basta pinrotect mo kami.
Rolling thunder. Not yet.
Warlock pala yung mid nila.
Oh. Kala ko
Sabi ni
avoid eh.
Jeff kanina eh.
Di report kita, Carlo.
Oh, own it. Yes.
Report din kita ah. Bakit ikaw lang?
Oo.
Oo!
Uy, meron na siyang
Rampant.
level 6.
A gift from the advance.
Who does that crap?
Ha!
It should be against the
Now you
rules!
see me, now you don't. Uy, magde-deward siya.
Faster.
Uy, patay pa rin ako.
He's now dominating! He's dominating, Rick!
Tago na nga.
Ano gawa niyo dyan? Mga pa.
Oh jeez, your top tower's under attack!
Punta ko dyan, chat up. Akin na yung histo.
Uy, yung Magnus. Binentok-bento ka.
Ano na?
Come now.
Balik. Balik.
Killing spree. Oh, everyone bow down. Oh, she accident. It was an accident.
Warden dito ng blue.
Ayoko ari.
Hindi ko pinapad-ward. Sabi ko warded lang. Hindi ako makapunta doon.
I return to battle. That way. Come now.
Wala akong TP. 10 seconds.
Again.
Di kita
nakita
matulungan
ko.
na rin.
Thunder.
Report mo na ako. Wards.
Can anyone hear me?
Ano ba yan?
Somebody over here.
Bastos na.
Oh, top tower. Loved it. I
Wala
loved it.
pang
Man,
dust yun.
get up on out of here, cause Radiant
Talo na
fortified
tayo.
their structures.
Hindi pa.
Rampant.
Hindi pa.
Oh, the
Silent
enemy's middle
sila.
tower's gone.
Striker
Serves
runs.
them right.
That way.
Uy, pabalik.
Uy, may ibon dito oh.
Ito to.
How close can I get?
Yes.
Oh, jeez, middle tower's under
May
attack.
ibon oh. Patayin nyo yung ibon, patayin nyo yung ibon.
Uy, dinodge niya.
Striker
Morty,
runs.
middle tower. You might want to look at it.
What the
The
fuck?
middle tower's under
Come
attack.
now. Warlock. Rampant. Thunderclap. I'm under attack. Stop time.
I have no mana.
Smoke, Aaron, smoke.
Wala. Cool down. Nag-smoke na ako kanina kay Warlock.
Pangit ang dito siya. Ba't sira ako?
Killing spree mode. Oh yeah, your bottom tower's under attack.
Damn.
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack.
Wala.
Madali lang dapat yun.
Foil again.
Your bottom tower's under attack.
Hey, you might want to
Kasi
kiss
carry
the bottom
natin.
tower goodbye because it's gone.
Fleet of foot.
Ang ina!
You know, Rick,
Advance.
I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good.
Morty, bottom tower under attack.
Oh!
Rampant.
Ayan, wala na.
Striker runs. Advance. Riding high.
Oh, jeez, your middle
Rolling
tower's
thunder.
under attack. Oh, man.
From upland Druid I ride. Go. Come now. That way. Fleet of foot. Yes. Faster. Faster.
Walang pantakas yan.
Striker runs. Advance.
Wala ako eh. I'm not here.
Yes.
Nilalag ako.
Pop mo na yan.
Pop.
Back na tayo. Iwan na natin
Diyan
sila.
na yung warlock.
Pagka, ay hindi, sa CA.
Ayan. Region to. Region. Punta ko dyan, ah.
I'm under attack.
Wala akong smoke. Hold down. Oh yun.
Wala. Gago. Nag-crit. Nag-multi.
Your top tower's under attack.
Faster.
Good siya.
Morty, you're not gonna like this. The top tower's
Ganda
under
ng pasok
attack.
ng ano to eh.
Oh, sheesh!
Void Spirit eh.
Support lang yun. Void.
Ano siya eh.
Rampant.
Silence tumakbo eh.
That way.
Patay yan.
Killing spree.
Bang.
Whoa!
Wala siyang ayos.
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack.
Yes. Advance.
Go natin to.
Check it yan.
Yeah, tara. Blinkan mo na.
Fleet of foot.
Ay, na-silence ako!
Uy, wala akong smoke.
Tangina, di pa namatay.
The wisdom.
Patay na.
Oh man, your middle tower got destroyed. This normally never happens to Morty, and I know you won't believe it, but I think I made a mistake. Oh, middle tower's under attack.
Rolling thunder.
Kidlatan mo.
Rampant. I'm having a field day.
Pangino, sinave ako nito? Putang ina.
Run.
Item to.
Sinape ka nung ano niya. Holy Locket.
Kaya nga, astig naman yung item na yun.
Barrier up.
Basta stick ka.
Come now.
Astig siya, pre.
That way.
Bunny. You're so funny.
Yun na oh.
Patay na ako, kaibigan.
From upland Druid I ride.
Hindi ko dapat sinamahan dun.
Striker runs. Advance.
Killing spree, my ass.
I'm under attack. Dismount.
It's too hard.
That's what she said.
The bottom tower.
Siyempre. Alangan soft.
Oh, that's trouble. Oh, yeah, your bottom tower's under attack. That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good. 40, bottom tower under attack.
Ordered na dyan. Ayoko nang pumunta dyan.
Rolling thunder.
Eh? Walang ulti?
Ang ina.
Come now.
such as tomorrow.
Ang hirap naman.
Eh, patay naman yun, oh. Ano ba yan? Kamali pa ako ng pick. Parang ang sakit ng burger.
Ang bilis naman ng cooldown. Ang ina.
Not so fast for you, because he just mega killed. Mega kill. It's a killing spree!
Yung ogre yung problema natin dyan.
Sakit nga eh.
Your bottom tower's under attack!
Pinalakas ni Arin.
What a mess.
Malalakasin ko. Malakalakas na. Ba, sinusundan pa rin ako?
Your bottom tower's under
Type
attack!
envy.
Mag-ano ako, magre-respond ako dito. Tara. Halika na.
Double kill, oh man.
Sino yung meron? Ito siya, oh. Wala pang ano to.
Ay,
May
Pwede
shadow
pala
blade
ipabalik
na.
yun.
Kabubuo lang.
i-ano mo, i-diffusal mo.
Oh boy, your top tower's
Dito siya.
under attack! Oh jeez, Rick, the top tower's getting hit!
Ang ina.
Level up a dum-dum!
Walang damage.
Oh, ito.
Pabalik sana yung cancel mo dun, Carla.
Tagal ko kasi.
Malit. Ay, wala. Boom. Oh, lupit.
Striker runs. Thunder approaches.
Oh, your top tower's under attack.
Talkative types.
Pag nag-SS yung, ano, pabalik na lang.
Marty, you're not gonna like this. The top tower's under attack. Oh, sheesh!
Yes.
Your top tower's under attack. Come on, get with
top
it!
tower's fallen.
That way. From upland druid I ride. Advance. Yes. Go. Striker runs. Rampant. From upland druid I ride. Rolling thunder. Stabbing snore.
Wala ako TP.
Nauubos mana ko. Balik na rin.
Faster.
Laren, may pagtingin sila.
Middle tower's
Envy.
under attack.
Yun ako.
Come now.
Oh, jeez, middle tower's under attack.
Pabalik. Pabalik.
Lang,
Pabalik.
di ko na-click.
Tower, you can't use that anymore. It's gone.
Yan o.
Oh, jeez,
Pag makita mo.
middle tower's under attack. Looks like dire structures
Smoke mo nga to. Smoke mo.
40,
Nice!
I'm gonna look at it. Middle tower's
Gera
under
na
attack.
par.
Advance.
Gera talaga dito.
This is war.
Warren.
Faster.
May shadow blade yun. Ay, mayroon na sila.
Rolling thunder.
Nag-try siya mag-hila.
Yes.
Layo kaya. Nung nila niya.
Malayo yung kalaban
That
eh.
way.
Nilayo ako. Kita ako dito.
Striker runs.
Oo. Malakas yung PC natin.
Deja vu.
Ay, mali.
Ay! Takbo!
Ay.
That way.
PC.
From upland Drew
PC
I
power.
ride.
GPU 4070 Ti
Fleet of
Super.
foot.
Ano na yung CPU ko, Jeff?
Advance.
Ryzen 9 nata.
9600.
Ryzen 9.
Yes.
Di ba 9600?
Rolling
Oh, basta
thunder.
yun. Basta Ryzen 9. Yun lang alam ko. Mas naintindihan ko
Ayun,
kasi
kulay blue.
Intel eh. Intel lang ako dati.
Striker runs. I'm under attack.
Ayoko.
Lo, sige.
CF na.
Diyan na naman kayo.
May CF na. Ayoko na. Takot
Yung
ako sa-
ogre lang naman yung problema natin dito.
Go.
Lala. 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 Lalo ko, dinosaur. Nakamatay ka na.
Anong dinosaur?
Faster.
Yan, sarap maglaro. Dati naglalaro lang ako sa laptop. Malaking change ito sa akin.
Striker runs.
Malaking improvement.
Dati naglalaro lang ako sa
Rolling
PC.
thunder.
Balik ka na kasi.
Change it
Fleet
kayo.
of foot.
Wala eh, hanggang kakasal pa yung kuya ko.
Yes.
Baka peb na kung sakali.
You are coordinate by
Sa
Jeff.
pep mo pa makikita PC mo.
Oh, yun na, yun na. Yun na yung CM. And
Diyan sila. Madami yan eh.
Ay, hindi ba usugod?
Rampant.
Dito na tayo lahat.
Shit, i-ulti ko sana.
Ay. Kita, kita.
Balik.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Alis.
Babalik tong ano.
Oh boy, feeling great. Bubble up and up.
Uy, patay ako.
Ang sikip naman dun. Ay! Ay, hindi ko
May gem mo, may gem mo.
Saan? Hindi ko makita.
Striker runs.
Yun o.
Hindi ko makita.
That way.
Yun o.
Wala naman.
Joke na.
Fuck you, Karen.
Sa
Reported.
iyo.
Kita.
Come now.
Ano?
Hinahanap ko din.
That way.
Niloloko ako ni
Sino lang
Karen.
ulit?
Gago.
Sino nakapulot?
Advance.
Pinulot ko agad eh. Yun yung nung sinabi mong may gem, may nahanap ko agad eh.
Yun o. Gago ka.
Na ano kasi, tawag doon?
Go.
Hindi ko nga alam na may gem eh.
Oo. Tapos nung nagla-laptop pa
Kunin
ako
natin
nun,
to.
lagi ako naglalag. Kainis nga eh.
Rampant.
Ngayon yung utak na lang ng kasama mo yung naglalag doon.
Ngayon ako yung utak ko naglalag.
Drew I ride.
Malaking improvement nga yan.
Faster.
Uy, ding-ding dong.
Mag-ano tayo? Wait lang.
Rolling thunder.
Smoke ko. Hindi ko mamamatay.
From upland druid I rise.
Ano na yung ano ko? Uy, ang galing. Marunong na akong gumamit ng...
Buti nahila yung ano dun.
Ihilang
Fleet of
pahinga.
foot.
Yung draw.
Straight laro lang.
From upland
Hindi ko nga makita eh. Kasi
Wala na?
napupunta sa cliff.
Ako pinatay. Pero hindi ko napatay, syempre. Kalahati mo
Pupunta sa cliff eh.
It's gone.
that way.
We did it.
Thunderclap.
laban na atin na.
Oh, may ags pala to.
Method to my
Sino?
madness.
Magnus?
Abadoni.
Abading.
Rampant.
Abadoni.
Wait.
Punta na ako dyan.
I'll ride you down.
Oh, reported.
Di, wag ka na pumunta dito.
Ikaw,
Ay, tip sana dito.
Ay, nag-TP na ako.
siyempre, alis na ako. Tayo gap yan ah.
Wala akong TP, lalakarin ko pa uwi.
A little bit before everybody else.
Yun no.
Uy, sinapian ka.
Ay, nalayo ko, pre.
Cool down.
Layo ako, pre.
Ang ina. Tangina.
Dire, you gotta fortify them, their structures. Good work. Your
Sakit
top
naman.
tower's under attack. Where you want to? Watch out, they can kill everybody.
Sige, habol.
Hindi, pabalik.
Ika, nabuhay.
I love Doris so much. Pathetic.
Me too.
Advance.
Uy, nabuo ko na, Jeff. Ano nang bubuhin ko, BKB?
Sige, B.
Ano ba item mo? Maganda ba kanda sa kanya?
Rampant.
Oo.
Maganda ka.
Yung ano, backstab?
Oo.
Strike around.
Mas lalo ka mo nagiging backstabber, are.
Oo, di ba?
Fleet of foot.
Tiga mo, meron akong aura, oh.
Yes.
Ay, ba't
Uy, ayoko na yan. May
Rolling
drone na.
thunder.
Ayun yung drone. Tara, kay drone na lang.
Wag na rin. Basag lang.
Come now.
Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower.
Uwi na tayo.
Did you see what they did, Rick?
Strike
Did you see
around.
what they did? Frankly,
Hindi.
more than no. Wasn't paying attention.
Sorry mo na.
Rolling thunder.
Scout ko lang dito. Baka may draw. Pero wala.
Kunin mo na yan.
From upland druid I rise. Come now. That way.
Maaga masyado yung ano nung Magnus kanina.
This
Pero okay lang.
changes things.
Ako lang.
Yes.
maaga masyado yung alin?
Yung SS niya.
Faster.
Maga. Make America great again.
Fleet of foot.
Nahihila niya?
Go.
Tinitigan mo.
Oo. Pabalik isa.
Rampant.
Ito. Kung kaya mo.
Layo dito yung...
Rampant.
Wala.
Come now. Storming in.
Akala ko ikaw.
Fleet of foot.
Okay.
Faster.
Tada ka mo. Uy,
Ay, di nakuha.
Sabi nilang 5 ang
Enemy's middle barracks
Ay, ay, ano pa ako? Bak na bak.
There's no accident anymore. This isn't an accident now.
uy, ano ako? Na-root. Ano ba yan? Jam. Uwi ka na.
Isa ako, isa ako.
Jam. Ay, ito. Ay, pumulot na. Nakay Jeff na yun, Jeff.
Ang ina.
Pabalik.
Bak na.
Ulok ko. Saan?
Ay, ikaw naman yung namatay dyan. Ay,
Can you smell it?
Ha?
The smell
Ha?
of fresh
Sorry na.
bodies.
Ano
Joke lang.
namatay?
I'm marking this in my journal.
Lakas naman ng stroke ako.
Monster kill.
Hotdog.
Hotdog.
Nakawin ko agad. Naiinis ako dun sa slow eh.
Ito na item ko.
Item ko.
Pagpalayo.
Item mo? Item ko din.
Fleet of foot. Yes. Striker runs.
May token, oh, tier 4.
Come now.
O ano ng item ko? Manta? Ay,
Damage
ags.
item na lang.
Mag-ags na ako.
Rampant.
Di, wag abs. Pangit
Damage
abs.
Aaron. Ayaw mo basher?
Advance.
Abyssal.
Oh, yun, abyssal.
Hindi, mas maganda yung Abyssal eh. Pangit yung Basher eh.
Oh, sige. I approve. Dami mong reklamo. Sabi ko, sige na nga.
Sige na nga.
Go. Come now.
Yun kayo na ata
Ano na
lang.
pala ako din nag-Reiki?
That way. Fleet of foot.
Last ko nag-Reiki nung Dota 1 pa eh.
Ang pangit naman nung...
Rolling thunder. From upland Druid I ride. Rampant.
Ba't kinikis mo kami? Uy, wala si Jeff ah.
Yes.
Magdalawang isip na tayo.
Huwag mo pabalikan, huwag mo pabalikan.
Ginamit ko ng ulti
Upland
kay Hydro.
Druid I ride.
Push ko dito.
Advance. Yes.
That's great. The enemy just denied their bottom tower.
Go.
Pwede natin ko... Ay, wala pala.
Rampant.
Walang tormenti. Kunin nyo to, oh. Kung meron.
Advance.
Wala.
Come now.
Neutral ah.
Ako eh, no?
Fleet of foot.
Whoa! They took out the enemy's top tower. Man, you might want to save that energy because Radiant just fortified their
Uy!
Shit!
Back lang. Wala ako H.
Pinagulit ko.
SS ako ng...
The enemy's top barracks just got riggedy wrecked, son!
Mga puti dito. Nag-support ako. Buhay.
Intro games.
Gauge. Yeah.
Masyado maaga.
Wait lang, 6 seconds.
Uy, hinil na ako.
Ay!
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yes, init ko.
If my eyes don't deceive me,
Init. Tayo pa pa yung draw eh. Oh, 1 win na.
Oh, pwede na matulog? Ganun ba yun?
Oo, yun lang naman yung offer eh.
Yung offer kanina, 1 game eh. Wala eh, late tayo 11:30, mag alas 12 na. May pasok ka na rin.
Error na.
May TI-5 ako immortal, Jeff, sa sa reroll. Kulang na naman ako.
Nakakuha mo lang.
Hindi, kulang lang ako.
Ayun mo na.
Kuha ako? Mag-load na naman ako? Ay.
Ikaw,
Tignan mo, isa lang talaga, oh.
anong tawag doon? Anong makukuha?
Yung AM,
Mas
yung
gusto ko yung 6 ay.
Ay, AM na lang
AM?
pala. Tsaka
Gold, yung gold.
Oo, alis na ako. Mag-chichi.
900 yung isang treasure nito. May SF ba ako?
Ala.
Oh,
Very
gold din.
rare. Ito pala.
very rare yung yung gold.
Extremely rare yung gold.
Ah,
Pero may chance, di ba? May chance.
syempre,
Chance ba talaga?
yung TI6 yung mga gusto ko eh.
Ito
Pero
pero wala
syempre
pa
yung
ako nito.
ultra rare.
Kahit yung hindi gold na AM, wala pa ako. Yung dalawang weapon niya.
Meron ako eh. AM.
May reroll na ako.
Ang ganda yung AM eh.
Wait lang.
Anti-mage. Dami na ding set nito.
Hindi ka naglaro.
Di na. Late na eh.
Ay.
Bukas na lang. Ulit. Ay.
Si pinsan ko siguro alas... Ay hindi, day off niya pala ngayon. Ano ngayon? Sunday.
Ay.
Bukas pa day off niya. Saturday shift ngayon. Ay, Sunday pala.
Oo, Sunday shift. Ay, Monday na naman bukas. Reset.
Reset ng...
Rag na. Yung weeklist.
Tinatamad na nga ako mag-POE eh. Ngayon.
Usap nga si Nashe kanina dun sa POE.
Na-addict si Shay.
Oo, yun nilalaro niya ngayon.
Anong karakter ni Shay?
Hindi ko alam eh. May tawag yun. Siya nga yung nag-send nung yung sinet ko nun na picture. Yung sinasabi
nga.
niyang maglaro na kayo.
Maglaro ka na kasi.
Wala akong pambili.
Pag free na, maglalaroin mo.
Pero may ano na yun? Pwede ako bilhan kung sakali. Pwede ako bilhan
Sino bibili?
chicks, girlfriend.
Yung tinatamad ako
Alam
kasi
mo
wala na
yung
akong
sinend ko
space
nun
eh.
na ano, na video, yung
Anong video?
binilhan ng game, parang ganun.
Yung
Tapos
babae?
sinend ko sa kanya. Oo.
Kanino mo sinend?
Tapos sinend ko sa kanya. Nandun sa girlfriend ko.
Ano sabi niya?
Sinend ko sa kanya. Tanong nga, ano gusto mo game? Kakabili nga niya ng bago phone niya. Mabilis malobat kasi yung phone niya. iPhone eh.
Pangit ba battery ng iPhone?
Oo, pangit battery ng iPhone. Bilis malobat. Bilis mag-depreciate. Yun yung parang tao.
Bilis matumanda.
Oo.
Magluma.
Eh, punta nga ulit kami hospital sa 17. Sasabihin lang naman kung yung result ng lab test lang na naman yun. Sigurado.
Di ba pwede tawagan na lang kayo? Yung result lang ang hanap mo.
Hindi, nasa akin na nga yung result eh. Sinend nung kuya ko.
O, panibagong result ba yun? Sabado?
Bagong, oo. Kinompare ko nga yung result sa dati.
Ah.
Ang taas pala nung isang result doon. Kunwari yung yung isang result doon. Yung normal is ranging sabihin mo ng 0 to 15 na tayo. Tapos yung result 89. Yun yung last. Tapos inano ko nga yun eh. Ginugol ko nga yun eh. Yung mga ano dun. Pero yung result ngayon parang 15 na lang. Yung normal. Pero yung limit ng normal, 'di ba 0 to 15. 15 yung result ko. Tapos yung isa parang 10 ata yung range, yung
Ano ibig sabihin
normal.
ng 15 pala?
Wala, yun lang yung count ng normal na range ng
Normal pag
normal count. Parang 0 to 15. Yung result ko nun 89.
Super taas naman.
Oo. High nga yung nakalagay doon na na parang indicator niya. 'Di ba may parang normal, medium, high, parang gano'n. High na yung naka-indicate. Mas malala yung isa. Yung normal niya is 10. Ang result ko nung una 141. Ilang times yun? Times 14. Tapos ngayon sobrang mataas na yun. Yung result ko ngayon 69 na lang ata, 68, parang gano'n. Nasa mid-range pero mataas pa rin. Parang yun ata yung nagko-cause ng inflammation or infection, parang gano'n. So parang pag mataas yung gano'n, madali kang ano, yung immune system mo, parang gano'n ata, yung pagkaintindi ko dun sa sinearch ko. Tapos yung uric acid ko, ang normal dun is parang 0 0 basta ang normal niya is sabihin mo ng below 0.46. Ang result ko nun 0.44. Tapos ngayon tumaas tong 0.01 sa 0.45.
Pero 46 yung normal.
Oo.
Di gumagaling ka. Baga.
Di tumaas nga yun eh. Dapat mas mababa. Kasi 0.44 yung ano ko dati. Yung ngayon 0.45. Below 0.46 yung normal eh. Yun yung parang pero yung pinaka-importante dun yung uric acid. Dapat nga mas mababa pa yun. Pero ano. Wala eh. Puro ano yung pagkain. Nagbi-beans pa nga kami eh. Munggo ganun.
Bawal ba yun?
Di ba ganun yung sinasabi nila sa
Sa
mga
gout.
makeup?
Oo, sa gout. Ganun.
Di ba? Oo, yun.
Hindi naman pinagbawal ni Doc. Eh di pwede.
Oo. Pero syempre yung count ng ano ko is parang malapit na dun sa limit na limit eh. Di ba? Pero sige pa din. Eh, yun naman yung niluluto nila eh. Ito eh, sige. Ay.
Kahit pag namatay ako dito sa nest of thorns, kakain na din ako. Lunch.
May isi-send ako na sinet nila sa POE.
Si Shay.
Parang skills ata to. Oo.
Sige.
Yung isang tropa namin kasi nag-send doon. Sabi niya, ito yung character ng tropa ko, sabi niya. Tapos may sinend siyang skill ata. Parang ewan ko kung sa kanya to o hindi. Pati si Banobs naglalaro POE. Meron nga yung isang clip niya na parang winan-hit niya yung boss, parang ganun.
Oo, may mga ganun eh. Pero nanonerf ata pag sa update minsan.
Yung sabi pa niya, pinakamahirap daw na ano yun. Daw
No boss? Pakita
Oo.
mo sa akin.
Sige, wait lang. Send ko muna yung so pa na lang. Ito, ano to? Skills to? Yung DPS nyo, 3M?
Uy, same kami ng build. Yan yung build ko.
Ganyan?
Oo, yan yung mismo yung build ko. 3M. Yung damage ko lang ata, ano? 80k to 100k. Ang ina, 3M.
Kaya nga, di ba yun? Makita mo? 3M? Teka lang. Tingnan ko yung kay Banog. Napanood ko yun eh. May clip siya.
Yan na
Nalaro
mismo
din
build
kasi
ko,
siya.
Jeff. Yung Ice Strike. Same kami.
Ewan ko kung kay siya yun. Kasi sabi naman niya, ito yung kay... Ano? Iggy? Zayla?
Sino yun?
Ano yun?
Ay, yung boss sinasabi mo?
Hindi ko alam. Ikaw na lang. Send ko nga. Ito yung sinabi niya eh. Reels ata yan eh. Video. Ito. 34M sabi. Send ko sa T5.
Sino si Zla?
Ano yun sila?
Hindi ko din alam.
Baka
Tao
baka
siguro.
Tao siguro or
Oo.
pinag-ano niya. Baka hindi sa kanya yun. Ito,
Si Banus.
T5 Arbiter of Ash. Sabi naman.
Oo, yun yung pinaka last boss. Oo. Warrior siya.
Dumaan lang siya eh. Dumaan siya sa ano ko nun eh. Sabi niya kasi yung pinakamahirap na boss eh.
Oo, yan nga. Tama siya. Kung ino yung item
Edi-
niya. OP naman na ata yung mga item niya.
Malamang mga nag-ano din yan. Whaler din yan eh. Banubs.
Slam build ba siya?
Never forget nga yung isang ano niya dun sa Ragna dati. Yung gacha. Nag-load siya ng 45k. Hindi niya nakuha yung item sa gacha. Tapos, sabi niya,
45k.
sa ano yung, sa stream pa lang yun Tapos, yun pa lang yung, nung una-una pa lang yung gacha, ay sa Ragna yun eh. Tapos, sa off stream, ano daw ulit siya, nag-top up ulit. May ano ba dito sa POE? Parang nagta-top up din?
Oo. Pero hindi siya pay to win yung top up.
Paano ba? Ano ba yun?
Cosmetics. Tingnan mo yung itsura niya. Hindi yan normal. Cosmetics lang itsura nito. Tapos
Pero sabi mo yung item niya,
stash tab. Walang pay to win dito.
yung item niya, sabi mo.
Pag maglo-load ka, yung stash mo, 'di ba pag loot ka ng mga nahuhulog? Ayan, yung mga yan.
One hit niyo yung boss.
May diamond siya nakuha.
Ano yung nakuha niya?
Diamond. Mahal din yun. Wala. Di ko pa kaya yung boss na yan. Kaya ko siguro pero hindi yung galawan ko.
Ganyan na.
Kailangan ko sobrang maging gamer ngay. Ganun.
Grind lang,
34M damage.
Ay, oras na ba? May One Piece na ba?
Oh, ba't nandito ulit si Aren? Gina? O Aren, napadaan ka. Nakita mo lang nag-uusap kami sa POE, bumalik ka.
Naka-shift na yan, siguro. Ay, alin. Or baka mamaya pa. May tinanong nga ako ng ano, gusto kong laro. Ano yung FF16 agad na naisip ko. Eh, sabi ko, tsaka na lang. Dami ko pa backlog.
Ano, Jeff? Dami mo pa bakla?
Ha? Backlog. Lol. Ikaw yun eh. Gamey, sabi mo.
Ba't ako? Oh. Give me Roshan. Oh no, I'm dead.
Roshan? Saan? Nest of Thorns? Mag-Nest of Thorns ka ulit ako.
Uy! Insta-kill ako. Kakain muna ako.
Nest of Thorns. Nagigising mo ba?
Oh, magla-lunch na ako. Gumising ako kaninang hapon, mga alas 3, alas 4.
Pailot ulit kami kanina eh. Hilot. Ay. Kuha mo na yung courier, Carlo.
Anong courier?
Yung sa Prostibus.
May courier ba?
Oo, yung kasama dun sa ano. Yung
Wala,
gamit kong courier ngayon.
Hindi ko masyado inisip yan.
Collection.
Saan banda yun?
Sa tier 3.
Ay, ang layo naman.
Marami ka naman na atang ano, naipon.
Tingnan mo. Not enough. Malapit na. Malapit ko na ma-craft. Ilang games na lang.
Kailan mo lang mag ano, mag-craft mo na ng tier 1 pero.
Mag-mute mo na ako, Jeff, ha? Kakain mo na ako.
Sige.
Mamaya ako
Laro
kumain.
lang ako. Nest of Thorns.
Hello?
No.
Nandyan pa kayo?
Secret.
Chat pa
Makain si
kayo?
Carlo eh.
Wag na.
Dito.
Kung kailan malapit yung duty, tsaka ako inaantok.
Ay? Ay. Maabot ko ba yung score ko? Uy, naabot ko yung score ko. Ay! Matay ako. Dada.
POE na ba rin or Dota?
Tulog.
Paano ka gigising yan? Eh, sabi mo kanina antok ka. Ha?
Inis yun na. Namatay pa.
Ba't ka namatay? Ba't ka may
Dumingit
mina?
ako dun sa...
May landmine ka naman.
Ano?
May
Mahina
landmine ka
yung...
naman.
Yan yung last skill na kinuha ko.
Wala nang reroll.
Ay, natulog muna ako. Walang kaya talaga.
Oo.
Paalam.
Pero okay naman. Laking tulong dun sa may 12-minute mark. Miss Octoons. Yung laro nyo kanina, nung pumasok si JS.
CS.
CS kayo? Tatlo kayo? Nila Kuya Jo?
Dalawa lang kami ni JS.
Ay, Ganda pala nung mine sa huli.
Bakit?
Ang lawak. Wala akong choice eh. Kinuha ko isa.
Wala nang
Nasa
reroll.
11. Oh, wala. Ang ganda yung mga nakuha ko kasi nung una. Puro tawag doon. Magic missile.
So, na-upgrade mo nang na-upgrade.
Oh. Tapos may ano agad. Yung array. Array ba yun? Tawag doon?
Yung item.
Oo.
Kumukuha ka pa rin ng
Ay.
ano? Snotty?
Hindi na. Kita mo yung ano doon, yung isang item ko. Yung ano na yun? Pick up radius.
Ah. Yun
Grabe
lang.
pala yun pag level 3. Pero pwedeng hindi naman ako kumuha. Kasi ano, yung alam mo yung pwesto ko sa ano, yung pinagtatambayan ko. Doon sa may baba sa corner. Doon ako nakapwesto kaya mabilis lang kumuha ng XP. Try ko nga si Shen. Shen.
Ano ulit yung ano niya? Unique niya?
Ano? Lower resistance daw eh. Pero parang hindi ko naman nararamdaman kasi kung paano yun. Area of effect ba or may certain lang na ano? Ay, mali yung kinuha ko.
What the fuck?
Eh?
Time is of the essence.
Hindi ko lang paano yung collaborate. Paano ba yun? Ay, napindot ko lang. Sabi ko, ano to?
Tulog na ako.
Sige bang Jeff. Wala kasi nag-aya ng Dota eh, kaya late tayo naglaro.
Yeah. Kaya nagbasa nga lang din ako kanina.
Yung
Wala akong
Legend.
magawa. Oo, inulit ko. Yung lalabas na anime, yung season 2.
Tapos yung sinabi mo kay Aren, yung dating assassin, maganda ba yun?
Oo, maganda yun.
Parang nakikita ko yung itsura
Comedy
pero
na ano
nun,
yun. Oo, si Coach Hansai, alam mo na yun.
Coach Hansai? Yun ba yung dati niya?
Sakamoto Days. Sakamoto Days yung title.
Oh, yun yung ano, yung bago ngayon, di ba?
Oo,
Pero meron ba siyang
yun
ano
nga yun.
dati? Anime?
Wala. Kakalabas
Parang
pa lang.
parang nakikita ko yung mukha nun dati eh.
Oo, kung kalala mo si Coach Hansai, nakita mo na yun. Kamukha
Ay,
niya kasi si Coach
kamukha niya?
Hansai.
Yun siguro. Hindi ko
Oo,
alam anong anime kasi.
Speak.
try mo.
Oh, ito
Nakakatawa lang.
papanoorin ko mamaya. Kailangan ko na talaga mag-edit ng video. Ayun na.
Yes.
Lagi ako tinatamad eh.
Yes.
Sige, Rod.
GL, sige.
Uh,
Ulit.
Puro nood-nood na nga lang din ako eh. PG.
Sige.
On with your work.
Physical energy. No.
Frozen lash. Fate is on my side. never ends. on my side. I must maintain a fine balance. Loathsome creature! Meet the dreamer!
Yes. Greetings. is not on our side.
Divines. Ah, too much item.
What can I do for you? I'll be here, waiting. Come on now, don't go all day. Yes. What can I do for you? On with the work.
Fate is on my side. Frost Crush!
Oi! Over here.
50.
Risky choice. What you need? Yes. What can I do for you?
Paano mag-upgrade ng ring?
damage to attack. All mana. Resistance. Wow. Juno witty.
What?
Why can't? She's crazy.
This looks ominous.
Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Hindi naman addict. Ganda lang yung laro. Oh my god.
Frozen lash.
What the fuck? Divine? Oh my god. something beautiful. Nah.
I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that. Yes. Yes. I'll be here, waiting.
I have 2 divines now. What the fuck? Such attack speed.
do I need? Let's try one more chaos. No! Why? 5, 5504. Oh, still higher. Mana, okay, that's good. Oh no, it's bad. Attack speed. Fuck. What one is advanced? What is
Yes. On with the work.
Edition.
Oh. We got divine.
Shall we?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my fucking god! Fuck. Fuck.
Yes. Good eating. Time is not on our side.
for one divine. Okay, give me your one divine. Three divines. Die.
Lightning strike.
Time is of the essence. on with the work. What is it? Greetings. Until next time.
Freezing strike!
Yes. Hello. On with the work. Greetings. Until next time. possessions, and I don't have room for that. That's going to be trouble.
Forged in darkness, I shall save your fate! Once more.
Must maintain a fine balance. Yes? Yes? be here, waiting.
add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool. Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easier to see before they explode. Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas pack. Hi, I'm John. We are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use. An effect when they trigger, relative to that. But we still find many balance with the other bosses. Thing is that getting to play pimps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool. Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters. We're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel. Spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find. To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realize that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use. We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable. Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silverfist Commander role now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1 will be enabling the same system that POE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the POE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger.
The song of the exiles.
Fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town. And plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing.
Watch my
and hope to be
content.
doing more of these in the future. Later.
You.
All right, so
guy.
there you have it. Pretty awesome. We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen
Anong pinag-uusapan
here
nila?
that is a
Nakamute eh.
be right back type of screen here.
Nakamute?
You'll hear no audio, and it'll just be a blank screen.
Yes.
Probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment. here.
Nakamute ikaw sa akin. Ibig kong sabihin.
Ako?
Yung Twitch mo, nakamute sa akin.
I-unmute mo.
Ayoko.
Gago, chinek ko pa.
Hindi. Naka-work mode kaya ako.
Ni, nawala yung POE ko.
Anong nawala?
Ikaw kasi.
Anong nawalang ano? Exit mo? O nag-crash?
Ginulo mo ako eh. Salanan mo.
Hindi yung totoo. Nag-crash o na-exit mo?
Krenash mo ako.
Inam.
Krenash mo yung stream ko. Alam ko naman. DDoS
Eh.
mo ko, no? Dinidos mo ko.
Anong ibig sabihin ng DDoS?
You hack me. Ha?
Eh.
You hack me? You like hacking? Ha? Aren?
Are you interested in art?
No.
Yes, you are.
Speak.
5-1. Ang magulo pag napagalitan ako.
Yes.
Hindi lahat masaya pag napagalitan ka.
Mapalo ako. Masakit.
Until next time.
Masakit. Wow naman. Elon's maps.
Of audio now. Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right. And then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're gonna keep up with that trend. we have with us my lovely co-host Darth Microtransaction and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes, but yeah, no, it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit, not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
It seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like one issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light for some recent questions and some warrior questions from Darth. We have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, you know, in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own. To see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So.
So I mean that's good, but yeah, really it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful, say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now. Certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, well, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear, So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium. Or say Expedition that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So having those different kind of axes is really interesting, where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on, like, this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character, like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the in-gamers, we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that in-game had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so, like, you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map. You've run it, and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So, the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas, like, a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with POE 1 were just, like, happily sustaining maps. And so, yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Valve Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, like, if there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it, like, so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like, obviously, you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously, this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to, like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that, yes, are just, like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then, again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2 seconds.
The bad case of this though is definitely the tower map, because it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address, because it's like it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which is like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open,
a lot.
less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain, so you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, and that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision of what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone sustain, and so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you do, and killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty in dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and okay, I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that is on us because we need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like there's quite a lot to that, and that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next question here.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be obtained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to say the instilling your amulet with a notable. It's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that,
Ah,
or
okay.
provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that
Alam mo
content?
ba?
But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over.
Ito din
Like,
alam.
you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs
you know,
something else, like,
yeah,
for sure.
it just
which is
needs
the-
something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which
How
is
you
we're in
know
a position where we're going to rush
matter.
something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right?
Mhm.
And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and like we were like, are we gonna, like, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. But yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it, is like for the breach one, for example, we have to decide like, okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, like you can't reset the whole map, because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to like do someone has to go write some code to like make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and you know, it's just like random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like, someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know.
I'd say King in the Mist will almost certainly be done, because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. Yeah. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that, like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because yeah, that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome. Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones.
Yeah,
Our cost for Citadel is really the same spawn rate as all the others. That's what happened.
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, you know, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but the all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, you know, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you'd be like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Like certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other 2. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks, and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So the 3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, you know, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Like, whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know. Yeah,
All right.
There, I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to like, just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing weird going on.
It is. It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in
just
the video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the cinders, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there, where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell like where the like. That's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Yeah, effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Yeah. Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter instead of those here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. That I think, because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly, but the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out, like, there were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could occasionally,
but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that that were going on, and we effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst tier.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like, but yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is, in some cases it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that, because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
It is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this, because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the
number.
reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that, but then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway. I don't know, that was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. It might be less confusing if T1 meant no, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like probably. Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, yeah, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then tested and sort of so that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And you know, we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in the, this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. You know, people often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that. Yeah. Yeah, things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness that surprised you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second. And then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, you know, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster, because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot. But we'll see how that goes. But
I mean, the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's, like, these, like, 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also, like, these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So, like, ideally, it sort of should have... There should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset, because we actually need, like, to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like, we'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that, you know, in terms of, like, how it evolves that way. So, yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer. But that is also what we're working on in the background as well, is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I don't, I mean, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like, that is not our goal. Our goal with this is, like, fix things that are annoying people and, like, make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of, like, the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things, I think, a little bit too much. Okay.
There's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up
Anyway.
though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with the economy resets. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there
or we
won't
looking
be.
at-
They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league as so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there. But it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and lots of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back a quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address, but ideally in such a way where it still leaves the builds perfectly viable.
Yeah.
It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always.
Right.
We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, you know, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage. And then we make a note of it, or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But, you know, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do. And so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're nerfing, just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the, you know, economy/league reset kind of point. Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of POE 2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with security stuff on this account. We're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. That certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really sucks, and especially because as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't easily find out what even freaking happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But that seems to be what occurred.
So just quickly for the people that are going to give it a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. it's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really, really crappy.
Cool.
So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense, but yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm like completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so like, it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, we will do it, but like we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like what personal information can they give you, and then now it's like storing personal information, and then like what's the GDPR implications of that, and like there's just like it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. Yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. So you can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? That one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well. And we won't grill you about it or anything, so appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes, so if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for POE 1. So like that's what, like, I think that it works, things work the best when you've kind of got like, you know, like releases that are fairly large that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual, like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, you know, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like, so we want to be able to do the balance patch, addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that, you know, people actually come back and play it and like, that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a POE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. Like so we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that New Acts is going to be involved in this, but I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because like if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so there would be so imagine we release one act, right? It's like how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like. Do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like like it's kind of just weird, right? And like, so like from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like. And what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like, releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like you say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, so like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier.
Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Yeah. Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic 5. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic 5 in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in POE 2 is literally identical to how it was in POE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in POE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in POE 2 is effectively like we're not doing what happened in POE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like it's effectively the Magic Find in POE 2 is what POE 1 had back when POE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then. So the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, like compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all. And which is like a position you can take. And I don't know that I necessarily, agree with that position, but like it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work, and ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So yeah, but I mean that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, POE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in POE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how. But then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which, again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see you know, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, you know, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, you know, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live with people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from POE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. Yeah, like, I don't think it's been our primary concern, like, this week, because of the fact that, like, there's other things that we think, you know, like, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, you know, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So yeah, that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In POE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In POE 2, you now bake that into
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in POE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency; it increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about like whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you know, you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well,
yeah,
it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like, that's certainly a problem. In which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looks fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. No, yeah, well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, you know, like, when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So, speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So, let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. on the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, Warrior's in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-gameplay loop, or Warrior feels like maybe the first class design when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, a first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in in-game?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But we do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the Warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that, we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the Warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end-game Warriors that are certainly being played, and you know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having used the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a Warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
But there are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it would take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we need to do now that we've seen the state of everything. Right. Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods, just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the Warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in POE 1 than it is in POE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in POE 2 and POE 1. It matters more in POE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that POE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in POE 1 and POE 2 than they did in POE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to, like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I do need. I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like have to look into. But that is the nature of it. I mean, most of, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially, so it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like wind dancers universally just better than scavenge plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker, you got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
What do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure.
Yep.
So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much do ailments matter against the player, and you know, that's sort of something that.
There's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. You know, the next time you get slowed, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows, and so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I
don't think you get enough charm slots. Just like
yeah,
I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like, you know, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? It feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean, that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
All right. We're going to move over to another topic, which is, you know, speaking of belts and trading unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from POE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in POE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's rug pog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like, well, one thing, of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then, you know, you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like, I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that, like, people...
There's a fine line there, and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like, make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like, we just kind of like, no one, like, with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that, like, there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism, and so that like,
which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure. So there's more stuff you can do there, but I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, like, it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is, we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the like, without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because you crafting would always get you something better. Yeah, like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said,
but,
if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now. And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind Ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which, need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se. It's lack of options to craft with. Is it the slot machine crafting? We have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and whatever we're doing with the items. It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now, you drop an item, and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind the Omis, that's a different topic, which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading. But the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNGing the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that, like I say, over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's fair. Not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price
of a divine is
the
going
value
up.
of a divine is going
The
up. Okay,
item value, yeah.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well,
Maybe
I mean,
there's not enough.
we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We don't. We need a lot more.
We
which
do.
is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for
And of course, the thing in
player
POE 1
base.
where things were priced and that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not
Right,
many.
not many.
You won't know, well, yeah, not many.
Astramentus.
Yeah.
Those are like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on a Ventur's gamble. So it's like that's literally gambling. But like in POE 1, we have the option of meta crafting being a currency sync for divine orbs. Former Exalted. It creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that, like, even players that play this a lot, I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot, Subathon and everything. Like, I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like, it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
We
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully
yes,
that
but I mean
helps to some degree. But I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine syncs, and then I suspect the answer also is additional syncs of currency. I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most. Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to how often essences are not really rolling greater essences? Like, you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like, let's say the ritual expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, either this, and then you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the things, stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. You can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
like
about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
So
actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So yeah, like that there was a joke if we could reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want, like, okay, what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them, as you know, better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
It's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle boss? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in POE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like, we're not happy with how the quest, the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like, we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger, it's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that, like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as POE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like, there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like, it just needs more of a feeling of
random ones. I mean, like actual ones. You know, still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like, we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like, we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to end game and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more basically just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to end game. And yeah, as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better, and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here, because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. We have to go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, and it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
I do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things. We can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going, sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very stories like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff, and then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard, and they're dying, and so yeah, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-POE 1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just like obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those like story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just like map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, kind of random stuff. What am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, But again, POE 1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people like know how the blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one pour though state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one pour though defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that just would really not feel the same if the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like 1 death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also, it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like, I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of, like, generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another, aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more, and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items for the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution. Like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to, like, have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So yeah, like, I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like, it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah, I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can, because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay? let's just dive into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage over time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE 1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE 1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Know that one?
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE 1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE 1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, you know, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you know, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
it's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid... I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things. And I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in... you know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE 1, and it's like, this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything. And I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like we started with in PoE 2 with a lot of things having like going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE 1. And ideally we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally we can avoid it. And that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE 2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding.
Mhm.
Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that, is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like a, unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does, but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It
that
wasn't
is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be,
that
how
is
it was.
meant to work.
Yeah. It's supposed to be
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look, and then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed to be like an anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like you can bleed someone past their energy shield. So
Well,
like that was kind of the idea there. So
and I'm wrong, then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So,
well, again,
we could easily be wrong. Like it's amazing
it
how
also could be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is another thing also. And like someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never got it live or something. Who knows? Like I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
all right, moving forward here, we are on elements. And now we are into ascendancy swapping is the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know, no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe? But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important. and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. But so I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final. But that being said, we have respeccing of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But, like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, you know, just to overrule it just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure, that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it, but I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point at the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So kind of doesn't, I don't really think that really holds much water.
It's less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly, but you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another, 55 times this year. So
Surely, we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is, given the current TTK, the time to kill, of pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended design something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous. And, we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't, like, it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about 1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. Not like...
Okay. Oh, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is, given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
So, map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same thing we talked about before with the more objective-driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but they're actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and I keep randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, like as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
the pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that. And how you acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, yeah, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a yeah.
It'll be done soon.
We wanted it there
Done
for
soon.
release.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the Cicerone. It was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not on that. Yeah, it's not
we
on that.
only have
Yeah.
lockstep currently.
Okay, right. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah, like honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet, so that's just not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember exactly what they were.
But yeah, we need to get it
there were some
sorted.
things that didn't work in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game, and is there any plans around making this a little bit?
It's just a matter of individual work on each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what do the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure.
And that's annoying because you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
just a matter of individual balance things
to be addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah. And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards, where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down, and we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So yeah, there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately. And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. and then after that they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there. At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them, and then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor, minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word, come on.
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like, this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like, what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, you know, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that, and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like, it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's, like, smarter somehow that, like, fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh. So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out. Which will help a little bit maybe, but yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about.
For sure.
For them rubber banding to you, resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in POE 1, there's a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. POE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? We did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This, I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From a damage perspective, not hugely, no. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like, how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be, permanent minions supposed to be dead versus alive? And then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And
so that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that, like, that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively? And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So like I guess Bone Offering was meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then but also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things I'm assuming that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So the problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop-out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, well, I'd say that blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first. and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then kills the next one, it resets. You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant used convocation could be a solution to that, which would also help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other questions, not wasting much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change
Yeah,
that.
we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit, it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like raiding spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That
you've
sounds
tracked,
like a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's
Our
going on.
developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed, like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectre's when.
So fairly soon. It took more work than we expected, actually. Like, there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in POE 1 was a lot easier, and in POE 2 there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue, and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like
there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud, and so if you've got it as a spectre, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
that is still,
true.
well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles. And so if you actually put, multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like, I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because, with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like, exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But, it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make specters of all of them, which is almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say yeah, soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
That's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally. Is you have
I
any
believe that's
feeling-
resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one. I
Okay,
believe
he's ridiculous.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Yeah,
It was
sure, there's something.
it was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or
Yeah.
something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see
011.
after
He's
the
insane.
patch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we'll make more changes
Yeah,
if needed. Yeah.
OP. Okay, so auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world,
Yeah, yeah.
it's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated ascendancy trial. So, for any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for this stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
People who are with that color blindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in POE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't
So the
visually tell
intention
the
is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that are give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like just,
And
what
honestly,
the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like it's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I mean, I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
Yeah. We can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem with adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flasks slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel. It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so yeah, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure. Yeah. On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I mean, I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills. opens
Yeah,
up the menu.
maybe. Yeah,
Something.
maybe.
Alright.
Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva
the
normally does
reason
this.
for that, what was the there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the rewards. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change ascendancies? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
we'll allow you to change.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay, movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or I mean, basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So, how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel different.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that like, yeah, I think it's good.
I mean, if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last two, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
in
to be
general, no, like.
Yeah.
If you're looking at like, you know,
like we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this, then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of what
More
it
of a
is.
generic question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're you know, with co-op here.
I think it's